Honestly, Symmetra and these enclosed areas are so much easier to play. And plus, no one fucking shoots a turrets most of the fucking time. So they fucking lose guaranteed. Yeah, that was right there in that match that we fucking lost. And last highlight. Game is switched. We were the last up pick. Like, he picked us up, then up and slam. We were in the uptick right there when I fucking finished his ass off. We were right on the uptick. Oh yeah, I was gonna save this one. So you can't save this while in the middle of fucking in a party or queuing. They say my Tor did nothing. Could have had a multiple 3 kills. Oh. Stop a Hanzo ult. 3 kills. Again. Alright, any last shitty loot box? Relaxation emo. Ah, yes. And he gets to play with his balls. Dance, Maestro, last. Go Briggs. Alright. Three of my teammates saying my Tor did nothing. Like this, multiple 3 kills like this, including Hanzo. Post. Add to uploads. Tweet complete. Alright, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. There we go. Capcom. So we were about to start case number 3. That was the first courtroom. Let me go pee real quick. Don't you love the music? You can feel how they got the inspiration for the Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, don't you? The adventure of the runaway room. Case number 3 begins. The adventure of the runaway room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim
I guess we made it.
the only ones inside, there were
The 1 month trip to London.
the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock
Sholmes.
said of the incident
Of course.
that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
All these carriages. Yeah, I'll get us some rickshaws for we can celebrate. After the first case.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Look at them nice kids. They didn't even ask for a tip.
To the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
These have a really animated openings. And this is the Supreme Court. Looks like a damn library. 18 February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. What an incredible place. Are you inside the fucking clock tower? It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It's like a fortress. There's some stone buildings in Japan now. Like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example of this is quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office in Ruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain, inside the London Clock Tower? The Lord Chief Justice, huh? Your instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. Nope, he can't. No. So instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. I don't really have a voice for her. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we have to return to Japan. If we remain here in the Great Britain, I'll have to take Cosmo's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, that's highly frowned upon, study. It is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. Look at all these saves we have too. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. Well, I've solved 2 cases already. It's the only way I'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. No, that's not him. Oh. Let's see, what kind of ways do we do here? I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. I see I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, they'll mention it. We're never happier than we were standing around and doing nothing to do. We were never happier than we were just standing around with nothing to do. How fortunate. So introductions, I am Male Strongheart. Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. We don't know he's the judge, so we have this voice for him. And I feel like a little mouse on an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. How'd she know? Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord. No, sorry. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of the glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. And this is... we don't care what that is. Or are they progressive? We're investigating, so let's examine. Holy shit, there's a lot to examine. Just look at all the naughty books packed together in these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yeah, very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Russia is not really Western. Why do you ask? Something about asking Lord Chief Justice how to say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's still best abandoned. I thought best abandoned. See all the bookshelves and armor. Look at these metal giants facing each other across the room. It's called I believe they're suits of armor. Oh right, they're not giants. Thought maybe they were like lion dogs in the we have in the Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these were always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around the middle of the night. Right. Really? So nothing you don't know, Miss Susato? This book tells me everything you need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tone? Throne chair. Must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Impressive to get marble that high. Looks like more like over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Feels like everything is normally made of wood and paper at home. It's made of bricks and stone here. That's called progress. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. Look at the window. But those gears are larger than anything you'll find in steam locomotive, even. It's eerie. You think the clock is some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean? Well, boys do find fiddling around with machines, don't enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? Not sure you could fiddle with cogs this size. Certainly couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. Actually, something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Alright, nothing else new. Looks like it. Present. What can we present? Armband. Armband that I inherited from Kazuma. Identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire Japan. Really? These are the scales of justice. They're a symbol of defense, aren't they? Yes, that's right. The scales are a symbol of fairness, to show that they are treated equally in the eyes of the law. They are warning to those who enter the courtroom without an impartial mind. But nobody thinks that deeply. But if they're marked a defense, it would be more auspicious if they were weighing more heavily on the not guilty side, I think. That. Very impractical, I'm sure. Oh. Kazuma Asagi. Lawyer's name is embroidered in the inside here. Take a look at Kazuma Asagi. It was his armband, of course. Yeah, his heart set on study tour in Great Britain. I'm sure you have found the truth you long for here. But he lost his life before he had the chance to see this place. I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look on this armband, though. So we have nothing to present. So, what are your impressions of this capital so far? How do you like London? None of your impressions. Oh, help. I'm so nervous ever since I got that. I can't even think of a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? Oh? You know, a wonderful view of London streets from the carriageway on the way here to the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. Let's say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cable supplying electricity. We spearhead the revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astonished. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, we give them drugs for that. Yes, there is so much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. The Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological advancements around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and this will make Paris World Fair look like a toy shop. Paris' World Fair. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city means nothing if it's nothing but magnificent London and the center of the modern world. Yeah, if you say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. That's Japan, I believe. Perhaps it is fate that these progressive times we welcome visitors from the sea of the rising sun. Alright. Yes, we are Japanese students, but we are not the Japanese you seek. Ah, student, Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of the law for this student, weren't you? ... Absolutely. A Mr. Kasumasagi, if memory serves correct. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. Yep, telegraph. My country is naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you're honoring his appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes, but we are here in the capacity of the envoys of Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me the Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy. I see that is true. It is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means that the study tour arranged can no longer proceed. Hold on. If you just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Woody now. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. Continuing the study tour. I like how it just pops right in and like, oh, you find out more. It feels more natural. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps he could consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there is nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. ... Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asagi, at least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, This really not gonna go well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say this to this man. Mr. Naruto. I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What I'm gonna say now. Is there someone... If... Oh, we could just fuck it up right there. Is there someone else here from Japan who could be as good as a lawyer? It's actually no one. That's technically the truth, but I want to get appointed as a lawyer. It's Mrs. Sato. It's me. No, no one. It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died, and yes, I've studied here as hard as I possibly could. Can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I'm about to do a job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course, there's only one lawyer. But I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim I'm not. I can't. I'll end up going upside down on the floor if I do that. And then she'll go to jail. Not that I'm scared of Sato's takedown, obviously. But still, perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you can still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And that was the accused. Glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here in Great Britain studying. I learned all about British law and the court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. Becoming a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's too far short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma. Mr. Asagi's journey had only just begun. Coming here to study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I will do anything to prove that I have what it takes, and any test you care to set upon me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo, it was 31 seconds long. Not too brief and not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh? Thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to the trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asagi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes. That's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter for a fraction of a second there so sudden? Very well. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Test. Well, we could fail. Just see what happens. Test. So, what form will this test take exactly? Practical. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed to the defense yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? I don't get myself into these situations. Well, I could ask what sort of trial this is, Mr. Strongheart. Could I ask what sort of trial this is, Mr. Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder trial. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. What? That's easy to say, but I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law? We can possibly agree with such a test. We'll be toying with a man's life. Well, you're going to be toying with one as a lawyer. What the fuck is the difference? I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, you'll be hanged. Mr. Naruto, you've come to me to claim to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do what a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see this through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. I would like to understand how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. It's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. Need an answer from you now. When is it to be? Yes. What do I say? Do I agree to his absurd test? I'll do it. I won't do it. Oh, hell yeah, I'll do it. Fuck no. I don't want to be a lawyer. I just want to, solve parking tickets. Let's see what happens. It's going to be forcing me to say yes, but no. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. I can't say no. 15 seconds. Your decision-making skill needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. Alright. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but you're lacking resolve to see them through. Oh. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire a ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation's over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, Miss Tatsudo, but what could I do? That's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. Resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. Exactly. What are you trying to say, madam? What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mrs. Otto means is that no matter how badly I like to recognize as a lawyer at stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable. And I'd feel exactly the same way. ... I'm sure the defendant wouldn't see this trial as a test, some kind of experiment. ... Lawyer must fight for his clients in court day after day. But for each one of those clients, The particular day when they stand in the dock will be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do a job yet. Sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. So this seems like the bad ending right here. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Was there something else? Approximately 20 minutes by carriage of the Old Bailey from here. You should leave immediately. You should be there in time. But I just said that. It's quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? Nani? At this point, you can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge has passed out. But that's awful. But that's the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now. You're the only person right now that has a chance to save this man from the very one. And that is you. And really his only hope? So, Nani, what do you have to say for your now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, this is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh? Our time here is up. I have a meeting to attend to that you're already probably late for. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture to the great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright. We going. What to do? Miss Suzato, can I ask you something? What the fuck are you doing? You're gonna fucking flip me again? You're gonna injure me when we have to go here in a fucking hurry? Careful, from this position, I can perform a Suzato takedown in an instant. What she needs, honestly, is a punch in the face, as I've been saying. I know. So Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. Trial starts imminently. If I need to throw you, I will. You know, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. You ask me anything? You'd better wait until after we're at Old Bailey. Yeah, just like, Mystic Maya. Alright, let's go. Chief Justice's office. The office of the Chief Justice Strongheart is Britain's great capital, London. Its grand stone architecture is echoey thick of the cogwheels tend to the air of authority. This oppressive air, it's really quite stifling. We can catch a cab, just make it into the courthouse in time. London's highest criminal court with the illustrious past, the Old Bailey. It's where I take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Yep, I was right. We have a different judge we can use as... We can use the judge voice. 18 February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're here in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. Never knew a horse-drawn carriage would go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver as we climbed aboard? Get to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. You mean a tip? Some of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and they work quite perfectly. Not sure what you were so pleased though. I thought we were gonna die and have to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Wait, I don't understand it. The court clerk says the defendant should be here, but there's not a sight of him at all. He's inside the couch. Says the Old Bailey. Even in the rooms for defendants is to wait in is grand. You're alright, Mr. Naruto. I feel a little tense is all. This gives me the same sense of foreboding that I've never from the Supreme Court of Japan. Ah, then it's appropriately designed. An oppressive air, almost as the building itself is going to crush whatever is about to happen. About to be sentenced. Because like only yesterday that was the only one the one about to get crushed. Yeah, so whoever that man your defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at the moment. Top of the morning to you, ma'am. Sir? You're rich looking. What's you doing here? Following me here? Things are a fair desperate, aren't they? Sorry. Would you look at these expressionless faces? You're from the East, aren't you? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Great. Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? I don't know. We're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go. Nothing to eat. Barely a penny in your name. And well, a strange, faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. This grand. Let me start by giving you a thousand guineas. For nothing now. Say nothing now. Huh? 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Otto, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is 1,000 guineas. It's enough to build an entire mansion in most of the prestigious area of Tokyo. Wow, they're that poor? What? Nani? There's nothing to me at all. I did sure I have sufficient funds to order a rainy day, you see. Enough wealth to buy this. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Are you sure? Could that much rain even fall in one day? Yes, though we couldn't possibly set such a large sum of money. Oh, yes, you can. Ah, my eye. It felt like it went in my mouth, though. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see, and for me, as good self here, I'll be on the dock. Now you realize? So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All I have to do is just stand up there next to me and nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial's going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does this mean you're the defendant in this trial? Dot. Blistering blazes, did you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? Nope, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. Ah, I see. I suppose this isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there's a center of London. It's another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? Nani? It's called the Gilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and the singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision of London. There's nothing Magus McGill wouldn't do for a city and his queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, that's really extraordinary. But now they got the call to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGill. What's the matter with the London police? I ask you. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps that would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. And we're law students on a tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer in the trial yet, and you'd happy to put yourself in our hands, we do our best. What was I saying after? What was I saying? Just saying. I got you, daft Egypt. Egypt. You daft digits. Where have I heard that before? Supernatural. I gave you 1,000 guineas to stand there next to me, haven't I? Oh, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand there next to you. And you only gave us one. Oh, I see what's going on here. Sorry. I know what you're thinking. The Chancellor the fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. This Chancellor fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the basis can he hire the finest lawyer in all England? Because he did. That's the one explanation. Well, not exactly. Not at all, although it's a little strange to be honest. Why didn't you have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper. Reaper? Sorry, did you just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the British Bailey. Lord Bannock van Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. Really? This sounds like our Thanos lawyer. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Well, when Vanzek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused the sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused have been damned. What? Nani? So it's reached a despair situation. where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fellow at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Bannock Van Zeeks. This fucking sounds like Thanos, the what's-her-name's father. Must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Or corrupt. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned. And his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel, that would be me. Oh, this time. Well, that fella, let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. We're literally about to find out about the case. On the court. You haven't even told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I've decided I've had to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, something that Kazuma will never allow to happen. Defense counsel for the defense. What are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. The fucking defendant's right here, though, too. I'll be right there. It's happening at my first trial in the British court. I just hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm gonna manage this. Light and dark. That's a perfect analogy. February 18th February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. It's a tribunal. Quinbunal. So it's the highest court in Britain, the Old Bailey. Or they actually have a jury, rather. The centuries of history in this place are palpable, isn't it? So different from the Supreme Court to the Supreme Court in Japan. Feels both imposing and severe at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes the word redundant. And she's allowed to be in there. Whatever the country determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Nomura? Oh yes, what? Nani? Your eyes look like they're ready to pop out your head again. I know, I just can't help it. Vampire. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I can do my judge voice. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGiddle. And now call upon the counsels to prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Okay, what can I do for him? The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look like fully prepared to dispatch the next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Can you speak English? How to best phrase it? You appear to be counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? English? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked for the defense was ready. And I wouldn't be further from ready if I tried. He has a sword too. Thanos. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to like some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of the sacrificial lamb. Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Dot. Now, Mr. McGirdle. Yes, my lord? You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this, foreigner? This Gaijin, as they believe they call him? Should I save the right photo? Yes, I did. As I've always said, my lord, this is a grand thing to give opportunity to the young. Even if the fellow's a student from some island off in the Far East. It's not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give these less fortunate a chance. I like to think that the acts of chivalry will do the Great British Empire proud. Listen to Miss McGradle. What a fine gentleman London has. Rabble. You had to donate £5,000 to the government the other day. Mother, may I please go play Mr. McGriddle part? He seems as though everyone in the gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. I keep calling him Mr. McGriddle. Good enough. Definitely welcome news. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised if he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGriddle. And most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I hardly need to remind you, jury, that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? There's a maid, 2 rich pompous looking assholes, maybe a rich lady, an old lady, and a freaking possible murderer right there. I don't know. He's turning with a fucking knife. Yes, my lord. This task is sending the rotters to the gallows where they belong, and I'm more than ready. I'm not gonna do 6 voices. The manner, his lordship always says that we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I'd agree. Ha! Any criminals here will still be wishing they never set eyes on me. Stenographer? I feel it, Chip. Drinking on the job. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'm just getting with my knitting. I finished these mittens for my grandson. Ah, Mr. Owen, those people are... The jury, yes. It sounds something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only read about it. Here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinion of these 6 jurors. The judge passed a sentence according to law, but the jurors determined guilt based on the common sense. So the defendant is utterly judged by 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zix. Yes, me lord. I don't even remember if I did this the same voice I did. And it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in the capacity. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance which the court should be aware? Da-da-da. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Then why did he choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements will take a summary of the case, if you please. Ah, just like a modern court. Just like Law and Order SVU. Certainly, Mr. Lord. My lord. Mr. Lordship is aware. This case is overwhelmingly simple. This is a case of overwhelming simplicity. The only ones who aren't aware. The incident took place at the late evening. 3 days passed. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of bricks known to the community as Trice-Fired Mason. Trice-Fired? He was fired 3 times? Sorry, Trice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh, thank you, Judge. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service in the streets of London at the time. The dagger has been thrust into the victim's abdomen. It's believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report and the investigation of medical officer of Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Autopsy report has been entered to court. Report prepared Scotland Yard coroner is the cause of death of internal hemorrhaging as a result of a stab wound to the abdomen. Photograph has been added. Photograph of the victim is taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured by an old crooked hat. Once further item of evidence. Trice-Fired. Fired. Maker. Male. 54. Occupation. Brickmaker. Cause of death. 15 February, 10 to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while straining an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting in trauma. What's this? He's missing a button. And a further item of evidence. Prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, Counsel? How dare you show such a thing here? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These coarse-look gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Nani? Mr. McGriddle's gloves had blood in them? Rabble, 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 rabble. Yes, yes, I will accept them as evidence as well. Defendant's leather gloves have now been entered into the court record. Leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. This is a blood stain on the right glove. How did I get into this? It's definitely blood, isn't it? But most not pleasant to be confronted on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come off grumbling now. Oh, by the way, is Mr. McGriddle right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was playing with the coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think the blood would be either fairly incriminating, really. No name or anything on him? Oh wait, we haven't looked at the people yet. Sasako Mikotaba, 16. Judicial assistant head to Britain and study tour. She's an epitome of a refined Japanese lady and a huge help to me always. No picture of himself. Male Strongheart. No. Fucking trying to go to pet her and she tries to bite me. Lord Chief Justice who wields absolute authority in judicial matters. Included the appointment of lawyers. He's thoroughly intimidating man. Magnus McGiddle, 48. 248. Defendant in this case, an incredibly wealthy philanthropist and a wonderful reputation in London. Defend him as a test of worthiness to become a lawyer. Barak Van Zeeks, 32. Prosecutor known for the Reaper of the Bailey. Supposedly the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. Trice Fried Mason. The victim. A skilled but poor brickmaker who lived in the East London. And again this, I'm back in the corner before I even started. An incredibly simple case. Meaning he is likely guilty. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously. One of the passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Through. The other was the accused, Mr. Magnus McGiddle. Ding, ding. Oh, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Dun, dun, dun. Well, of course I have no recollection of such things. Mr. McGiddle. Be sure I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in the carriage, I take him a fierce tiredness always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? This is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little thing it is so. So when I open my eyes again, this is a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I've never laid my eyes upon before in my life. He has a leprechaun voice, yeah. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a poor fella bleeding from the stomach? I'm about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached over to give the man a hand. So the blood got onto his gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver is only the beginning. What? Nani? That's not all. There are multiple witnesses to the precise moment which the brakeman was fatally stabbed. There goes the other half of the jury. Order! In the head! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we hear testimony from the witnesses, first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. All of them? Are you doing the same shit as Japan? A freezing guy, an asshole, a little schoolboy. Witnesses, your name and occupations. My name is, everyone just calls me People. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name is Faust. Lady Faust. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by examining the facts. 3 days ago, a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all the present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's quite right, sir. Very well then. Let's proceed with your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw, or I'll shove this gavel up your ass. Witness's testimony. Ooh. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening. Had a few customers. That I remember. I remember it well. The victim and the man are accused of getting sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused reached over and plunged his knife right into his guts. That's right. You stabbed him. I screamed. I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped the bus. That's when I saw it too. Wait a minute. You were writing in this one or a different marriage? Oh, unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident of the omnibus with their own eyes. Wait a minute. Were they inside or were they next door? On another bus? I'd like to ask a question, may I? Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? Has been clear safe from the onset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen inside the moving carriage. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Dot 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 dot. How quaint. I read in civilization the Eastern nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here none of yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nepalese friend. Have we traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I arranged for us to see it. I arranged for us to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. I've arranged. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? Nani, do you mean? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which a bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Really? In the building? Here? Nani? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Fucking huge, but it's a carriage. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Ah, so it's like the precursor to the double decker. The bus that has the top floor, and you can sit on the inside, the outside. Why is this here? Yeah, they still have rickshaws, so people and not carriage-drawn vehicles, horse-drawn. I believe they could bring such something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses. And can carry up to 8 passengers. If you want to see the case, I'm playing the new Phoenix, the precursor to Phoenix Wright. It's more or less the beginning of the 3rd case, but. Pulled by 2 horses and carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers are seated inside in the enclosed cabin. Another 4 on the roof deck here. Every Londoner knows the best views in the city or architecture sites are to be had from the top of the omnibus. Again, so 2 and then 3 on the top. So how can... Again, how did they see it? I should put on to our foreign guests. Then there's a skylight in the roof, allowing a viewing of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last. I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the roof seats in the omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness this grim incident. So, again, he said he heard it because he screamed, not the other way around. No, through the skylight. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years on the bench, I've never seen a crime scene itself brought into the courtroom. There's a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. The entire thing is evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well. I see no reason why not. The omnibus is herefore formally accepted as evidence. The 8-seater omnibus that was seen of the crime. Passengers were inside the carriage and on the roof of that deck. Can't believe it. The entire crime scene enters as evidence? Alright. Well, first thing we're doing, we're examining everything on that bus. Number of clues on the inside, then. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Job Masters, London head office. The scene of the murder. It's horrible. As blood is soaked into the scene. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that scene will be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that? I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here. Perhaps the culprit could see anything outside through the skylight. Sure, when you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Ah, that's a poster from the Great Exhibition that's due start 6 months from now. A lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, centerpiece of the whole exposition. Ooh, Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London have been fizzling at the excitement of the prospect of such a grand event. This thing has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep Omnibus running. Feeding tubes, tubs, tools for repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. Storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it'll be very convenient for that purpose anyways. I missed the first line. This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. It's only just wide enough for 2 gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb onto the roof deck. So she'll have to be sitting here. Women in a kimono will have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Ah, that's the poster for the exhibition. It's due in 6 months. Alright. We're not going outside yet. The light is not there. You don't see the gentleman. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view of the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch or anything in the description. Well, it can't be opened from the inside of the cabin, at least. Okay. Let's go back outside. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Alright then. Grab a seat. Again, there's only one that can see inside, not 2. It's the roof deck of the omnibus. There's the aspirin of the driver. You must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. People sit all the way up here for a better view on bitter winter nights and the cold air rushing past them. They have to pay money to do so? I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment? Perhaps this is the real price you pay to stay out of the day. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, there's even a lamp inside. Let's see quite clear. It's not good for us. Ah, wait a minute. They were sitting on the right, right? No, they were sitting on the left. So if they were seating here, if they were sitting here, they could see them. And not here. Maybe you could find proof that they were sitting in the front. That's a roof deck. Job Masters, London head office. Okay, so they all have the advertisement of that. And so the bloodstain is on the left side. So they will have to specifically sit here to see there. Alright, we've seen enough evidence, I think. Whoa. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. It's a Phoenix Wright Omnibus. It's Phoenix Wright. Alright. Pretty sure the jurors are not gonna... Oh, we got the 3 people here. Beepo, 62, the driver of the omnibus which the murder took place. He's an eyewitness to the incident. Gentleman looks as a city banker. He witnessed the incident from the seat on the roof of the omnibus. President Millionaire, who witnessed the steaming up roof of the omnibus. The thing of the use of evidence. Yes, the Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself by giving that omnibus a thorough examination seeing as it's here. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray you don't expect these Yipponis to understand the intricacies of British courtroom cross-examination rights. Take a deep breath. Alright, my first cross-examination in British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. Cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. Well, it was late. The evening I had a few customers. I remember well. And the funny thing is, everyone's on the stand at the same time. They're all giving the testimony. Oh yeah, she says hold it instead of yes now. Yes, it was... I think it was some time after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's quite right. It was ever so cold. It was freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? Yes, sir, that's right. Not traveling... Not at all the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. When there are no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. Alighted? Quite right, sir. No other passengers like that, none. And nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say that the boss assists on it running. He does every evening. The last bus of the day. But I wonder sometimes if it's alright, altogether worthwhile. Yeah, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, we're being so cold every evening, only making 20 pence a run, you see. Yes, I spend much of the time at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. The victim of the man was... and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Or where did you sit? That's the question. That's the question.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage? That's right. You sit on top deck, the window sits right there at your feet. So he's implying you sat in the back seat. There was a lamp on the inside, so a pretty good view. Two of them were wearing hats, so I couldn't see you exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. Megiddo. He didn't have his gold thing. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Megiddo's a gentleman of a rather small stature. They don't have anything suspicious. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Yet you see these gold and everything around him? Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, only the people inside the enclosed cabin were the seats of Mr. Mason and Mr. Megiddo. So room for doubt here. Or is there? Well, I wish there was. Now, the cursor just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Oh, but it is right in his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the moment it happened? Didn't I testify that already? Or fair drinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I just didn't mean that. This is no good. I really got his backup. Perhaps you could tell us what you were doing. Just what you're doing a little more detail. My lord. Perhaps you could tell us what you saw in a little more detail, that is. Lord. Huh? Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? Who'd let you talk? Mine is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. Yeah, you look like a pompous, rich person. Always up something or the other, and shit. Every one of them. That's a little leprechaun man. There's no exception. Well, you can't fool me. The fuck is this? There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter. Anyway. Hold it. precisely what I was about to say. And the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example for fellow jurors. I don't care about the evidence. Fuck it. That's my prison. What the? What's happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. While white for innocent, black for guilty. 6 members of the jury make up their minds, the case. One by one, they each cast their ball of fire into the great scales of justice at the moment we saw a moment ago. So the only scales fall completely to the black side. Does that mean... That's our best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the changes in the jury stance. From neutral to jackassery. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. Screamed I did, so I couldn't help it. Well, this is certainly interesting. Kill it with fire.
Hold it!
That's why that. Perhaps you could tell us a little more detail what you saw, if you don't mind. Why don't you ask that young man next to me? Oh, me? Well, yes. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed that did. I couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and we were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. We're seeing the little gentleman sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. Good thing he had a new hat design, you see, and I was just gazing absently minded around. But then it happened to look through the skylights. It was sticking right out of his belly. A huge great knife. So you didn't see the moment of it. Grim sight indeed. That didn't help me out at all. Maid's cleaning. The jury looks like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. Appears to have made everyone more dubious of Mr. McGill to tell the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. Faust. Oh, yes, sir? Is that the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Oh, yes, it is. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly and the stake through the heart. Like a stake through the heart. This is a blade of considerable size, counselor. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is ablaze prominently with a certain initial. Letter M. Seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGiddle, maybe. Take your pick. Seems this particular big name alone made for a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
A weak click? But there's M's everywhere. Yes. Like Mason.
Objection!
British objection. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon, this murder weapon certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counselor. Murder weapon has been entered into the court record. A largish knife has been found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Its quality and fancy armament suggests it has been quite valuable. My lord, if you forgive me for the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGriddle is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, are you about to dispose of the rubbish? That's 3 on that side. Oh. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do not like to eradicate all traces of filth and crime. Hold it. I have painstakingly typed every word here, cross-referencing all the facts. Have you now? So you're the first stenographer. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. That's 4. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who have proposed a guilty verdict. There's only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need is more. Anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. Suppose we just have to keep pressing the witnesses. Though even more sparks may fly. Well, let's give up hope that we uncover something that we might use to fight back, like that dagger. While we're waiting. Alright, unsheath it. Ornate letter M. I believe Mr. Magnus McGill is an initial. One initial. But it's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable shit. Ah, what's that? Look at this M. Yeah, it's not an M, it's a W. Turn it upside down, it becomes a W. W? Yeah, this is one of those, turnabout cases, I'm sure. I don't know at all, but I'm sure the size is... This is an M. Well, that's just... We vanished. No, he's right. You don't put an M like that at the beginning. It is a W. It is a W. No, but he's right. You don't start an M like that, it's a W. But, alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. I just need to keep calm down and listen to the witness's statement again. He stabbed him, I screamed. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped the bus. I saw it too. Hold on. What exactly did you see? Well, sir, it would be the passenger, sir. Collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brick maker. And the other passenger had a knife in his hand, like this. And then the other passenger had a knife in his hand like this. The other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGill. Then he plunged it into down like this. Stabbing the other passenger in the belly. Really? So he saw it after the victim died, right? What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? Yes, juror number 5, do I take it you too? As the Master of London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of my carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. Wouldn't it be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though? I say to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Oh, no, please, no, please, just keep mind a little G-ups now, Silver Blaze. Finishes the sigil. It's right there. People is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. The granny. We can't let this end. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You've heard his testimonies from the witness stand? Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why aren't you yet to pronounce your meaning? That. Oh dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around the time of the day and sit in the nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. Gilded Park it's called. Then the gentleman donated to the city, you know, and put a smile on his face as he said. Can't imagine such a fine young gentleman have it in him to take another man's life. He's always done such wonderful things for us. Rabble, rabble, rabble. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Well, then maybe go to Gilded Park library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners must have their head in the clouds? Do people not know what kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man he is? Philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enormous wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Clients of Shylock, sir. One of the very darkest of souls. A Shylock? What the fuck is a Shylock? What? Stone that grows! He could have lent money to exorbitant rates of interest, and his victims have no hope of repaying. Where's the Shylock?
Here's what I found.
Fictional you in the works of William Shakespeare. That's not what I was asking for, but okay. So he's a loan shark. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture to praise in the week. I've never heard any mention of that before. Where's your proof, counselor? Your faculties have deserted you. I haven't deserted you, I'm sure, ma'am. Why would a wealthy man, wealthy enough to buy London, in his entirety, not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have to make use of public omnibus service? Well, it's probably cheaper than maintaining your own. You're not saying that. The victim, poor brickmaker, had next to nothing in his name save considerable financial liabilities. Come as a surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGill. Let it also be known that the very Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date of his debts. Goodness gracious. Where's your proof, counselor? The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house, he had not shilling to his name to repay his debts. And in the end, the pitiful soul had the very last thing he was taken from his life. By a merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGill. Where's your proof, counselor? Don't believe it. If I might add something so briefly, Miss Susano. You claim the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim? ... Blood red wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling in my hallowed chalice in court of law. Aha, there it is. The Lord von Zink's Hollow Chalice.
How could this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I've heard ladies from the Far East should show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it for myself.
Ah.
As a judicial defense, I'm here simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the Deadliest Ledger, which all money is owned by the accused. You'll find the victim's name clearly recorded there.
Oh?
Will you allow me to present this ledger as evidence? And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and toast to the enigmatic geese at the same time.
A marvelous toast, Counselor. I gotta accept this new evidence.
That ledger has been added to the tort record. People who borrowed money from the defendant at higher interest rates include the victim who owed him 20 guineas.
Oh yes, 20 guineas. Victim owed a considerable sum.
So that's like the $1,000? This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of the London gentry. Oh dear, you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we don't know any London's gentry personally. Apart from the great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder, I assure you, you will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see if we find. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness. What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay.
Hope.
Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay is the witness testifying at this very moment. The driver? Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? Hey, look, the repayment day is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course. The Deadliest Ledger added. Defendants left Bruce Fairplay had been due to repay his loan immediately. Possibly a coincidence, of course, but this will be very useful information. And the accused made quite a certain claim that he had ample response. Well, it would seem I've had a wool pull over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, it's the modus operandi of the accused. That's like the guy who says he saw him stabbed. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still. It may be all for the best. Ah, wait a minute. Let's think of it. Can't stand for nonsense. That was it. That was the last year's decision. Ah, according to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Ah, final verdict, and it's over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. Footnote? However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are in agreement in this case.
The defense... Allow me to convey my respects for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial. I'll deliver my final verdict. I trust there are no objections?
Yes there is. Objection? Hello? This was Otto, tell me one thing. Oh, yes? Were you in the middle of saying something before? The footnote in the Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense was... What did it say next? Oh, yes. Of course. One moment. And you closed the book back up? Well, members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty. Court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver his final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this present time. Point. A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From what this country has that tome you've been resurrected. What century has that tome been? Ah. Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Modern text British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a nation. But it hasn't been repealed. It's a relic of long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you've out of luck. Oh? No. Hold on. What is it even, Mr. Saddle? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment. I'll read about it. You will demand that the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Well, typical Nepalese. Alright, Mr. Naruto, I think I understand. Seems that under the procedure, you're able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning, to reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Making them reverse their decision, huh?
Yes, the time's gone by. Barristers would have a summation examination attempt to influence the jury's decision. That procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. Wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would have been hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would have asserted the right to try in this day of age. Well, still, that's not any reason not to.
I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that, although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. Really? Yep. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we have the right to carry this out? Assert our right. Forget it. Or admit defeat. Fuck yeah. The defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world exemplify its very highest standards of judicial practice. Summation examinations are embarrassments and should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right, and I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination.
This is madness. No, this is Sparta.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Eh? Well, I'm not. There's no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so,
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision.
On what grounds?
You must all justify your decision, and explain why you are believed the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather pulling us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention this with me before. Don't really hold this. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. The court reporter seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, summation examination. Defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted in years, has it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGiddle guilty of the most serious crime.
If it hasn't been revoked, it's still law. Judicial findings. Jurors' contentions. There was someone else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to be him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaled in 20 pence. 20 silver or whatever. 20 pounds. He stuck the champ beside him just like this. Brazen, I say, almost brazen. Simply typed and collated all the statements I typed thus far and drawn up a logical conclusion. You can say I trust the guild. Fares. Fair fares is the motto. We haven't raised prices in about 4 pence for years. Wow, so the prices, this is just like modern days. Inflation keeps going up and yet wages have not gone up. A scoundrel stabbing a poor man on the floor. Beggars belief on the floor. I'm starting to wish I hadn't wished for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I'll throw everything at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? Thought I was going to have to throw their icy minds or some warm-hearted rhetoric in the Fortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they reach their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it would recoil on you, the more you try to persuade them to entice, the more entrenched it may become. What am I supposed to do? Oh dear, we have evidence by citing what I've read about in the British law, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry, do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I understand, we present evidence. The key to this procedure is to using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, 6 members of the jury are randomly selected as members of the public. They appear to be present in the United Front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And the way to break them down is that's the way to break them down. Yes, exactly. You must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can find any contradictions in their statements. We can contrast the statements and pit the response to the jurors against each other. So contradictions are 2 or more jurors say what we're looking for. In that way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Cross-examine the jurors against each other. Okay. Find contradictions in statements and pit the jurors against each other to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this. No, that's not right. I will. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, Consul? I'll ask you to take the stand for this. I expect a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. Defense's rebuttal. Pit the jury against each other, okay. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, it must have been him. I trust the driver, he has an excellent memory. It seems 4 passengers fell 20 pence. Stuck the chap in him just like this. Brazen must say, please brazen. Type of calculated logical conclusion. Trust the guild. Fair to the model price. We haven't raised their price at 4 pence. So a poor man on the floor. So we just need to find 2 jurors who contradicting statements opinion against each other. It's easier said than done. Perhaps what you were just thinking. How do you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research, and I find yourself just in this situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid. Go ahead. It's a little long. Very well. Listen to this. During the Summation Examination, we hear the assertions of 6 members of the jury. It's a tutorial. Situation the counsel for the defense should use the triangle and pit with impunity. Having done so, you'll be able to compare the chosen assertion with that of the other jurors. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other juror's assertion again. Note that you cannot choose the assertion of the juror you initially selected, of course. You can choose assertion of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Once you compare the various juror assumptions, simply type the statements and draw conclusions. There is no one else inside. Work out which two contradict each other, and pit them against each other. I see, so you wasn't joking with us all. Listen to carefully each juror said. Those might not agree with each other. Alright then. That is right. They're gonna have to listen to that long and boring explanation again. That's the spirit. Boring? Long and boring. Alright. No one else could have been inside. I trust the driver. Excellent memory. Four passengers which with fares totaling 20 pence. Fair fares are our motto. Beside the man on the floor. Let's try these two. Streaming like this, I stab him while he's on the floor.
Objection!
This seems completely contradictory. What? None? Counselor, explain yourself, post haste. Oh dear me, I was only knitting a jumper in my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? You see I'm busy here? How could you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? What? Want me to test? Want to test me, do you? Like this. Stuck the fellow right next to him while even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it... like this! He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. So now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? Wait. Was it the judge or was it... I don't know yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you let that happen in good conscience. Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. Can't abide by people telling lies. Let's go balance it back out. The scales! The scales! I don't believe it! Now he's not fully... Hold it! Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on all of us. Right. It's the Dark Ages again. If I use magic, you would think I'd just be putting myself through this. I mean, this dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if the two witnesses have slightly different recollections of this? What of it? Let's say Shylock did stab the victim as they were sat next to him in the omnibus. And this Danny young man saw it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor. And then the Shylock stabbed him again. This lady saw him do it. What does it say didn't happen like that, huh? We have evidence for that. Single stab wound. Yeah, it's probably. Did it fall behind? Is it an older one, or is it
one on both?
Is it kind of new, or because?
July 21st.
Yeah. Sometimes they do just last, and then sometimes they just don't. Wouldn't happen like that, huh? You calling me dandy, sir? Why? I should take this knife to you. You calling me old? Why? I should just take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see different moments? No, it's out of the question. Same crime. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. Huh? What do you say, Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it. Hard slam. What you're suggesting is impossible, without a question. Shock hack the jury. What are you talking about, young man? How could that possibly say that? You realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone to the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? Where's what we want to see? Two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. It's out of the question. Show me some proof. We have proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to get convincing him is present him with something he can't dismiss. Irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. Out of the question, the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. It's proven by the autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Eh? Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means the witnesses can possibly have seen that happen two different times. Right, I can see defeat. One more to innocent. Well done, Mr. Naruto, you did it. You can manage to change two more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. Two more, actually. There is something else that bothers me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. You need to pit two more jurors against each other. Show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have just shifted, and they're weighing heavy on the side of guilty. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I'm no longer the rich, but despise liars no more. Child's innocence is my call now. At least. For now, at least. Dear me, you can't make accusations based on lies. I wonder what the poor man's innocent after all. Alright, so who else is contradicting each other? You can trust the guild. The fair fares are our motto. I raise prices in 20 pence. Type and correlate all the statements. I trust the driver. He has excellent memory. It seems 4 passengers. Fares totaling 20 pence. I think that's the two of them. Also the character's item. Yeah, let's pay her. It's fair, right? Trust a guild. Yeah, fair fares. They haven't raised above 4 pence in years. If it's 4 people, 4, 8, 12, 16, that does not add up. Two statements clearly contradict each other. There, do. Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? A sword and a silver blade's main and name. You haven't had the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we heard so far, there was 4 passengers in the omnibus that night in question. According to that coachman, Mr. Beeple, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have the precise details neatly typed up here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. Fares to omnibus. There are always 4 pence. That is a fair and convenient single price. The way London's carriages have always operated. And that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, that doesn't add up. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, the other omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we have heard nothing about. Goodness gracious. This cannot be right. The coachmen of the guild are honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our word watch. Figures your coachman claims certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you had to consider that if this was traveled to end now, the news would surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he had let a nefarious character ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so a miserable trial doesn't end, huh? Well, according to my book here, you simply launched the ball fire into the innocent side for the Citizen Guild. Now hold your horses there, coachman. All in agreement here. Why do you have to go and wait until I get my hands on you, people? Yeah, this is the first British trial, which is really weird compared to all the other ones. Ah, this is a little irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well. Penny can be a difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly cannot put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Wait, that means 4 jurors are leaning toward not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won. For now. You're playing at you, Danny fool. Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. No, a liar when I see one. And if your chap ever dares to cross my threshold of my shop, I shall take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off your head. Please tell me he's a barber. Wow, it's quite a remarkable turn of events. The defense's Summation Examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand 2 guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority of the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. I'll call upon you all to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Six, continue to substantiate this case for the prosecution, if you please. Ah, he's got the goblet again. Having savored the rich aroma of the caramine contents of this hollow chalice, it may seem crass to crush it into dust. Pray forgive my discourtesy. Lord Van Six. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the summation examination. So I have honored deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth. It was easy. Nope, and that's why else would we grace this courtroom with our presence after all. So, let's proceed to the next round of battle. Hey, we said to call back the witnesses. He took his cape off. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses? Trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes. I heard it. You, sir, at the end. The coachman. Believe it's people? Yes, sir. My lord is, sir. If it transpires that your previous testimony, you are attempting to avail the presence of a fifth passenger in the omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You'll be advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I'll hereby call you to testify before the court again. We'll explain the various misgivings brought about by our attention by the defense of summation examination. New testimony? Witness testimonies. Various misgivings. Hope. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear. Well? Yeah? For one was told 5 pence. I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Well, according to the coach master, no. I was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled on us the fare, he did. I saw the blood curdling sigil as well. It's all too much. So he was overcharging. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGill stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. Think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom fifth Patrick Hunter assisted by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little Kozanage. People! Explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. I don't understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare. It's so cold, and this last run of the day is always half empty. ...
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Yeah. These are nice everyone all, but they have a little, like a minty taste, I think.
They're essentially like an ice cream sandwich.
Yeah, they have like a little minty taste. I remember it's been like many years that I tried one. I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, people. A disgrace. And your selfish acts have brought a dishonor about our entire guild.
You must commit Sudok. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. So not only did he get charged 1 cent earlier, he got charged double, more than double on another one.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each. Yes, it's 20 pence. What would you do for a Klondike bar? We're in a 5K in a polar bear costume. This is new. That's... That's one thing. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. Oh yeah, we do have some nice these Klondike bars in there. Been there a little bit.
Christopher said that you guys get him over there usually on the Orlando.
Not sometimes.
I don't know, that figures. Well, it would appear that for one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, cross-examination if you please. We already had the pleasure of protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue this parlor games. Absolutely. No, you can't carry 4 patches of ice, but I swear, but
Hold it!
it's only 4 patches on your carriage. But you didn't charge him the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? What's wrong with him? He is staring at him. Why? What's going on here? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. It was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains. Just listen to you. It was terrible. I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. What's going on here? Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been 5 patches on our omnibus that night. Then we have another suspect. You see that glare, right, at the poor kid? Well, everyone was told I had to pay 5 pence on the bus.
Hold it!
Does that mean everyone on board paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. I just told you that I did. That flat pays a 5 pence across the board. Well, something to be proud of. So called discrepancy may learn, friends. If I was nothing more sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd been happy if it ever existed in the first place. Look how he stares at him. He fiddled us on the fair, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
Hold it!
It's blood-curdling sight. I mean, the murder, I presume. Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness horror in the eyes of a man at the moment that his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent stabbed him. Really now? Goodness gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. Faust didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed either. May turn out to be very significant. Heard the banker gentleman asking me the sharp intake of a breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible pain poking out of his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see the knife now, I can't help scream. Even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGill stab the man. Everything I said before stands. We're gonna see how well that stands in a minute. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGill, stab the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It's bothered me before, was it? For just for a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. What are you wasting time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony is just jars with me, yep. Just can work out what it was. We already know what it is. Oh yes, he stabbed him. I think so, yes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an icy pit grip. I suppose. I might have, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses and I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Did I turn around? Yes, I saw it through the skylight. Gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up from his gut in the midriff. We have evidence against that. That's right, yes, the fellow holding up the handle was a famous man. Yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but I go over it again in my head. See, now he's not nervous. No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Yeah, that's a pursue moment. In fact, now I clearly come to think of it. It must have been already happened when I heard the scream. Oh, of course. That goes without saying. Really wish he had said that earlier. Autopsy makes it quite clear that the victim stabbed only once. Which means the banker was a witness to the fatal wounding and ended the Mason's life. Not long ago, the very trial nearly came to an end. Somehow we managed to keep our chances alive. Here. Can't waste this cross-examination to get new facts come light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger that the jury might end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't end this happening and stop us from uncovering new information. Yes, you're right. We need to pay careful attention here. Don't want to miss even a flicker of reaction among the witnesses. Hint, hint. Yeah, remember, if you happen to spot one witness reacting a strange way, let's pursue them for the reason. Alright, so we have to... I put the carts before the horse, maybe?
That's bad, that was me, sir. Fly through the skylight. Yeah, sure, you didn't see the moment I stabbed. But, I go in my head? No, I suppose I didn't see it.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. What's wrong with you? You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay. Now you listen to me. I know what you think. You didn't really see that exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? It's getting flustered. You might be able to extract any information from him if I answer him cleverly. You just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed. Some days are like that. No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through the skylight on the top of any bus, that is. Shock. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I have, you know. And I know what I saw. Remember clear as a Ballarat. It's a grave scene. Don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me for getting a little on the color there, Lord. My lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement of what you exactly saw. Oh, I could do that, alright. I'll tell you how grim I was. What do you think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher? Ah, you fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up. I want to press his ass first. Blood soaked. I'm gonna say Soko was laying there in the dick. Anyway, there's definitely blood all over them. And both of them were covered in it. And you saw it from the roof, through the skylight. The skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. Well, the lamp on the inside I carried as well, so quite sure what I saw. Banker's latest statement. Feels there's something not quite right about it. That is correct. Feels into that up, Mr. Naruto. That's why you should look through the court record. Yeah, we already saw this. It's a straightforward case, right? No! Damn it. I went too fast. I went too fast. Blood-soaked hands. Present evidence, bitch.
Objection.
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I mean, I soaked them, maybe leaving it a little thick, but anyway, definitely blood all over them. Both of them covered it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's a little more than peculiar. What? Nani? For here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGiddle, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark color stain there. But I'm sure, as you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Arrgh. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Ah! But no, can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. He got tired. Mr. Fairplay, it's your last statement that was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed. But is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was both hands. It was just one. The fact remains. The victim's blood wasn't accused. No, Mr. Fairplay clearly stated that he saw the blood covered on both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that his witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. What? I'm a city banker for his sake. How would I? Should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. I'm saying member of society don't prevaricate. Prevaricate is claiming to have no reason to lie. Well, we have a reason. But that's not really the case. Mr. Rodel, we have some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. It could turn the tide for this trial completely. Show this man has compelling reason to lie to his testimony? I have evidence. Yes, I do. My lord. Yes. Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay has a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. Evidence that will demonstrate the motive for the witness's alleged deception in court. Little black book. Take that, bitch. This is a list of debtors who owed money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of the innocent victims, crippled by the accused extortion. Yes. Point is, among the name of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Shock. What? None? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently financially indebted financially to the accused? Oh, no. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderate sum of money, would you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Gilded was to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts will be annulled. They will be ceased to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is that not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never saw? In fact, is a devious attempt to annul the debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Order in the head, Futurama. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment on which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I've distinctly never seen blood on Mr. McGiddle's hands. Both of them. He was wearing gloves, you dumbass. And yet we only one of the defendant's gloves, which we hear as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. And he forced me to say that. I wonder if I may be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. Faust. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that was on both his hands, not just one. What? Nani? What? But he was wearing gloves, so how could he be on his hands? I should appear that we're needing to go further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah, sure. Mr. Naruhodo, it's good news. In the course of the trial, seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I finally have a chance to turn these things around here. I should stop exercising. What the witnesses really saw. Boy was coerced by this guy. There was blood on both hands, I say that. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. What am I? However, I suppose we might have to say that I didn't see the exact moment of stabbing transpired, if it matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no. Not until I heard the scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There couldn't have been anyone else in that carriage, or we would have seen. What if it sat on this side? You're looking at this way. What if you sat on this side? Well, lo and behold, in truth of the fact, not one of you witnesses was witness to a crucial moment of the crime I was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside the carriage, and there was man's hands were so covered in blood. Ah, the incriminating evidence is tantamount to what we saw. Man, do it. I want to say again. I know what I'm looking for now. I missed it. There's room enough for one person. Notice how this side is empty. This side is empty. Someone could have been in there. The incriminating evidence is tantamount to that much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying that we saw a man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood. The victim's fresh blood can be seen in the seat. Corroborating witness accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Yes, there is. Oh, very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses really saw. Blood on both hands of his hand. I think we remember that. So what you're saying is the defendant didn't do it.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. And it goes to the defendant's wearing the night in question in the court record. Well, I'm aware of that, sir, but nonetheless. I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. Steadfast refused to admit that he might be mistaken by what he saw. Why? Your reasoning is dire. I had one head or two. The salient point remains unchanged. Inspector Green Crime. The victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. Minutes, huh? Or I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime, it's a matter of fundamental importance as well as it's a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. But we're crying out loud. All we know is that no one else would possibly have done it. It's just trying to save time for all of us. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defense. Yeah. You had hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty. Right, well, not entirely what I was hoping for. I just lost a guinea or 10 when I was backed the wrong horse in Derby, that's all. It's gonna win it back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's for sure. A little guinea or 10. Banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you have revealed rather more about your character than your bargains for, sir. The ones the scruples are non-trivial here. Proceed with the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both hands of the attackers covered in blood.
Hold it!
You definitely saw it too, huh? Both hands in blood. Yes, sir. You look at him glare. I mean, I know what you're gonna say. Look at that glare. Poor man's still dying of frostbite. Hypothermia. If only one of Mr. Gloves has signed the blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGrill sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing any gloves? That's correct, sir. I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clear. Even the dark color stain on the leather gloves couldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. Gilda's gloved hand. There wasn't blood on his hands, i.e., he's not the perpetrator. This is indeed puzzling. This will be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard the scream.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything. Well, yes, sir. Nice to say I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. No, sir. Very sorry, yes. Very wrong of me to make up stories and say stab the man. Would you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating. I certainly want to make up stories. Still, to say that you saw nothing right either isn't it? No, sir. Nothing at all. Mr. People, you were driving on your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? No? Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was cold that night, you see, and it was so cold I could barely keep from passing out. I could keep passing out. My head was frozen, fairly frozen solid, it's hard to say, sir. It seemed prudent to avoid traveling on the last omnibus service on London's cold winter nights. People! Anyway, there can't be anyone else inside the carriage. We can counter that, I guess. There's room for more people. Everything you said was saw the incident through the skylight roof of the omnibus? That's right. Fierce cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, but it was so bitter. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened up the door. It was locked? That's right. It was a public service bus, for basic. It's not what I call fair play. I had the exact same experience. Tried knocking, but the gentleman inside me gestured me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and then looking down longingly in the warm cabin below. Oh, I can assure you I wasn't looking down. I was glaring, long and hard. So that's why I could tell you with absolute confidence that there wasn't anyone else in the cabin. I would have noticed. Or would you? Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these two witnesses. I could really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight. They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight on the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin you wouldn't have been out of sight from me. What? Nani? By golly, really? By golly. Obviously, at this stage we can't say for sure. But this possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger enclosed in that cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
I'll prove it. Enough hypothetical meandering, Mr. Nipponi's friend. Prosecution demands you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area of this cross-sectional of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger would have been situated?
Take that!
This side. Both rows of seats are on the roof are faced in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck would clearly see through the skylight, is as I drawn here. Oh, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite of the one of the victim is the attacker. We're sitting where this is obscured from you. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible the witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Raha! Look at that slam.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth of ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger whom you allude. No, but I can allude to where they were. Can you, Mr. Noodle? Honestly, don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been the other seat, which was out of sight in the witness roof deck? Alright, so the victim, the driver, this guy. We don't have a clue. I have no idea. I have literally no idea. That was a process of the Japanese Empire. You will look at the sky and walk on. Make sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on. This isn't just a case of going on, Miss Susato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt at a man who has no notion of his own limitations. No notion. A toast to the hardy lessons you have not yet learned. Where'd you get the other glass? No, it's not the lay council. The defense is going to name the passenger near the seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn my trial in my favor. On that night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus that was obscure from you was the driver. It's not her. No. Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, someone else was sitting there.
Take that!
Passenger in an enclosed cabin that witnessed the roof failed to see. Has to have been Mr. Magus McGilded. That's right. Mr. McGilded?
What are you talking about, Counsel? What? That's the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Now he threw it away. If you desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. If I disgrace you. That's twice you've broken your glass.
Lord Van Zix.
People talk of these tiny island nations of Far East as having learned a culture of their own. But I see they use the terms of ill-advised. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms even a student of the artless backwaters such as yourself might understand. In the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to that. In fact, it's the very premise that this case is built on. But that premise may be wrong. Nani? What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled with anyway.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know for the truth that otherwise. Only one glove bears a gory remain. Shut up. I'm talking. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly, they both vehemently swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on the hands of the assailant. In short, their memory is consistent with the memory of the events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. And there's no blood on the door, right? You know, somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. Third party we have yet to identify. The victim's blood was on that passenger's hand, both of them.
Objection!
And who is this third party? We don't know. Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary. Order! Order! Order in the head!
Futurama.
What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. No. But when they elaborated in his testimony, Mr. Frebley said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their head were obscured by the roof. And I couldn't see the rest of them, though. That's right. Both gents were certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did you two gentlemen sport, Mr. Faust? I'm afraid I don't remember. You can call yourself a hatter. Style hat makes no difference. There's no third passenger in that cabin. Oh, we can prove it. How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGill would have no doubt even offered to depose that fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing even more preposterous claim. Hughes failed to notice the presence of a true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. He is right. There was another person traveling in an enclosed cabin. An omnibus. It was inconceivable Mr. Gold would have been unaware of it. Unless... Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, Consul? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he had already made a full statement to the police. But what if there was some reason why he was unable to speak freely? Mr. Magnus McGill is no uneducated ruffian. If he indeed turned out to be the man who had been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Should we ask Mr. McGill to testify? Or not? He said he fell asleep, remember? But yeah, we'll leave well enough alone. The man is still... Yeah, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Where's his hand? The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear your opinion of the jury. Yes, sir, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, we'll let you hear Mr. Gilded has to say. Let the man out of here, I say. Get the man out of here. I would like to be utterly logical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, it gets done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing that, the patron of my little favorite park has to say, oh yes, that would be lovely. The jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened last night will finally become clear. I gotta check my watch. Let the proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure, I have, my lord. Now, there are two matters the court desires to hear from you. First, is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? That. Beggar, no. It's not my nature to hide things at all. Never. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you, or do I keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye. And it was me who helped the little urchin get away with after it happened. After all happened. Urchin. You... What? Nani? No. Magnum's a convenient excuse cannot save you now. Truly sorry I am, Lord Maziques. I'm sure you wanted to know why I said nothing when I first came to the police. I do be having a good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little urchin is in the wrong place at the wrong time. And not in any way involved in the case, you see. What? Nani? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd have done it. They'd have hauled her into this courtroom here just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easy to damage, my lord. And who was this young child of which you speak of? That, I don't know. You don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be there in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution called for the witness statement to be discarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Bang. Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Someone's trying to get away. After them, it's no use. I can't see anything in the smoke. What's going on here? Be careful, Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff! Bailiff! Don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I do hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Smoke bomb. We are hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumble over one another in the desperation to flee the chamber. No idea what was happening. All we know is there's, for the time being, at least the trial was suspended. Alright, first half of the case. Part 3. Just when we thought everything would be resolved. 18th February, 2 p.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened here? Mr. Naruto, I managed to find out what happened. This was Adol. So there was an advanced form of smoke grenade. Type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade? That's not the sort of things ninja use. They're just making sure everyone's safe now. The trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like this? Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15, I hear. 15, huh? Young girl. Then could it be the other passenger Mr. McGilded was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Well, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's actually so many things I need to ask him about. But he's not here. I think it was some of the prosecutors' antechamber to answer questions. Along with the young girl. The prosecutors? What about the fucking judge? Who is she, I wonder? What is she even doing here in the trial? She's taking a huge risk and for what possible benefit to herself. There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beeple, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. Now it seems that in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. This is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed to the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go straight away. Oh, just before 1. Well, wherever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand to testify now. We can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know sure enough, Mrs. Otto. Yep. A 15-year-old girl, and quite possibly someone else in the seat. 18th February, 1 p.m. Old Bailey Court. Oh, she's cute. Are you sure she's 15? The young girl next to Miguel. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after a rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGriddle. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which failed proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenades, of the sort type employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught, and now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? You're responsible for a smoke grenade which induced a pandemonium here earlier. So this one doesn't have a like a screenshot to like hide the words. Dot dot dot. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Spoiled brat. If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGriddle? I think I perhaps ought to explain here why this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up to the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGriddle. Give us your testimony. You'll explain to the court how exactly the young woman is involved in this case. What just happened that night? What did happen that night? It's not a defense lawyer needs information or anything. The young girl. Not in question. I took the back seat of the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me with a fair start. Then the fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, and I sat him up on a seat across me. Then I turned to find where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, where did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. We know where. Dot dot dot. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess. From what I gather, and the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding on the omnibus. Is that correct? That's exactly what the defense counsel says. The last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Here's a nice little handbag. Very well. The defenseman now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. The young girl. On the night in question. I took the back seat to the omnibus. Promptly nodded off. Save for part 3. Oh well.
And when you first got on the island, was there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was not. The cabin was empty. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passengers that were. I see. Aye. And that's why I took the back seat as I did. It's the most comfortable as it is. So it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. That's how you described it earlier. Talking about the seat opposite of the one the poor gentleman was stabbed in the city in. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel the most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Then begorra, loud thud, and a wee scream woke me from the fair start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? Feels like the sound of someone falling through the ground. That sort of noise. So you'd think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed. Well, no. You remember I was asleep at the time. So I wouldn't like to say. And the sound woke me up and I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above and the roof deck, I presume. Not from above, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. Is that a pair of floating boobs, it almost looks like? But I wasn't thinking of the scream. No, I was too stunned by what Deborah sat up before me in my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor before me. So I sat him up to the seat across me. Like I said, honestly, it looks like a pair of boobs just sitting there on the right. Ah.
Hold it!
You sat him up, the victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And I wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, it is. So it is. I find it a little hard to believe. Alright, Lord Mantiques. And why would that be? You wake a man lying dead on your feet of a carriage, and no one person would just hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. That. Well now, as you know, I'm something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest? Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful to the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself into a tangle of trouble. Are you just trying to suggest you were gonna leave the man there? Are you trying to suggest you were just gonna leave the man there? Heavens no, heavens alive no. I was just intending to report it, that's what it was. Only, I had a mind to find out why's and where's first. Where to's first. The why's and the wherefores first? Right you are. There are so many details I wanted to understand before anyone else got the meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Would your good self do the same? Yes. The scream says he was heard it at the same time as the thud of the victim. Then I turned to find out where the scream came from, and bless my soul, where'd I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. That's when he got on. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, no, it's a queer thing. The wee scream I heard when I woke up came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Goodness gracious. Under your backside? Yep, we know. And where I lifted the seat from where I was been sitting on, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for a storage.
So we examined the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. It was seen a very good time to go look inside. And that's when I found her. There was a child there, all curled up in a ball and hiding in the weeds itself away. Yep, we did examine it. Oh, I didn't even notice the blood on the floor. That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just that, well, this blood seems so obvious, that's all. Even as Zeeks has made no mention of it. Suppose it does seem a little strange. Well, that's such a bad feeling about it. That's right, we didn't even notice the blood stain on the floor. The handle. Hey, what happened to all the things? But it's empty. Something doesn't seem right here. I can put my finger in this. That's not how it was when we first examined it. Oof. That's not how it was when we first examined it. There's a child there, all curled up, like a ball, hiding in a wee sofa away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It's hard to see in the damp light, but she was there all curled up in a wee ball. And when her eyes melt, well, nearly stopped beating my heart. Nearly stopped beating my chest. You're really overreacting. Still, no. I pulled her out from there, under there, and sat her on the seat opposite, so we could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there.
You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir?
Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, gentlemen in my position do also have to find himself in mortal danger. So, we need to find out who this urchin was, you see? No, it's not. It's her elbow. Okay. Looks weird though, but... You know, I was in the middle of talking, I heard another scream. A fellow's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. Faust, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you out again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with a knife in his belly.
In other words, our previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGirdle. What they believe to be yourself. And the victim was, in fact, this girl, the late Mr. Mason.
Aye, my lord. I was, as I think anyone understands, I sat in the back of the carriage out of sight.
It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused, perhaps, with this young girl.
After that, of course, the scream for the gentleman always. The driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses.
Thank you, I've heard enough. The events that are explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is this girl?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer. Turns her crushed among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. A chancer, huh? What's the company called? What's the company called? Paper. What? Nani?
This girl here? A petty thief? Order in the court. Order in the head.
Futurama.
Is this true, Miss Nostrada? Miss Nostrada, you will answer my question.
Fucking smoke gun again.
Ah!
Pink smoke gun.
How dare you!
What's the meaning of this?
Ah! There go, she's gone.
Open your eyes. Open your eyes. I'm over here. I'm over here.
Goodness gracious, how?
I'm over here. What was the point of that little sidestep?
I know what you lot are thinking.
I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. I know you lot. This dirty little diaper, you say, slipped up and got caught in the job. She got herself backed into a corner and she knifed the general. Come on, that's what your Ed said, ain't it? No. It's a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Green one. Dot. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need is what I do with these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I certainly take pride in what I do. Let me guess, you didn't count smoke guns along the weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah. This is in the bag I lifted the other day. Down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Oh, don't wave that thing in my direction again.
Third glass. They have a fish in it, it looked like. So, you meant that you were riding the omnibus in the night in question. It's alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said.
The court accepts this girl, Miss Jenna Latrada, as a valid and significant witness on this case. We'll add her to evidence.
Like, wait, no.
Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear from your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened on the omnibus on the night in question.
Alright, if I had to. What the girl saw. I was stuck inside the carriage long before loaded up the horses and all that. But it was a right old waste of time. Nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing out of that hiding place. It's pitch dark in there. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. Really jumped out of my skin, I did. And a scream just came out. A bang now, huh? Oh, I forgot the fellow. Because of that, this swell found me. You didn't help me get away, mine. Yes, he let you go.
I fail to understand why this little street urchin. You let this little street urchin go, Mr. McCreed.
As he said.
Mr. McGriddle.
This simply in itself, love. Oh, it's simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she could not possibly kill the other gentleman. I know this for a fact. How? As far as I'm sure as before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat in that night. In the cubbyhole which is spoken of.
And the cubbyhole which is spoken of is underneath this seat?
Yeah, now it's empty.
Oh, yes, it does appear to be large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature.
Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I packed myself on the seat for the duration.
Ah.
So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they automatically assumed she had done it. I couldn't live myself with a young girl like that ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent.
Even though you must have realized your action will result in your own innocence being called into question.
Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew from my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt for my own good name, for the sake of the less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman.
My lord. This fine example man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed I ever doubted you, sir.
That's 5. With calm, calculated reasoning, I arrive clearly at the truth every time. And that's 6.
Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury are consensually leaning the verdict of not guilty.
Rabble, rabble, rabble. Mr. Naruto, this must mean what? We're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Well, if the sight of my iron heel Wellington's offends, pray to do my disgrace. Again. What the fuck? This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practice. Having a jury where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Motion rules the day. Well, just like any court. Motion. The witness's latest statements gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? He says he knew he was innocent, or he knew she was innocent. Do you really think the Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers and the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in the part of the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of coachman's belongings. That's right, it was. When we first investigated, it was full too. It's done in black and white here in the police report.
Good lord.
But the left side was empty. It has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGittle's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from underneath the seat. Ah, that's what the girl was doing. What? That's what the girl was doing.
Order! Order! In the head! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, Consul?
Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiency of the constabulary for allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled in here in the courtroom this morning, the compartment underneath the seat was not empty. Well, my Nepalese friend. Well, me? When the carriage is submitted as evidence, doubtless you examine it in fine detail, would you, any self-respecting practitioner of law? That's right. But it was not completely full. Pray, what did you find in the condition underseat of the cart near you? Oh, to be sure. The young gentleman will be able to clearly up this jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How is this all elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord of Essex? Well, counsel, have you something to say on this matter? Do I lie? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment underneath the seat in the omnibus? It wasn't empty. That's the truth. I really don't know if I give this answer as helping my case in the Council of Defense, but as far as I remember, at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it. Yes. Are you sure, Counsel? Ah, be whist. What do you say now, you daft what? Thought you were on my side here. Booty. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something so compromise his position? Because it's the truth. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm sitting not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state the facts so I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. This not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGill. Well, don't be forgetting you're supposed to be representing the best interest of me here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing. Not altogether reliable, no? No, the courts must consider the facts. Cubby on his seat is empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest to admit now that you might have been mistaken? No. Why do I get the feeling something's not right here? He's the one who emptied it, not her. I should like to hear the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house the equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should properly be fully equipped at all times. It clearly wouldn't have been empty on the night of the question. People isn't that irresponsible. The money-lending fleecer and the pickpocket purses are lies. Ah! Can't believe I was nearly taken in. Stick and rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. Let's concur here. Bitch. Now we're half and half. Calm, calculated reasoning. One arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time it's a different truth, it seems. But it's not overwhelming, my lord. I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed any further, is there any matter of outstanding cross-examination? Yes, that's what we thought with this case was almost over. We still have about an hour to 2 left. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning for the witness, please. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it seems. Yet he didn't do anything to fucking counter their arguments. Like, nope. You're wrong. You're emotional. They gave the "you're a woman" excuse, essentially. What the girl saw. stuck into the carriage long before it hooked up with the horses and all that. Hello, Lord. Hello, Lord. So, you were already in the omnibus before you even set off on this run. Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, what's the whole point of spending a joey on a make a few bobs, eh? That's a room idea. That's a room's idea, in it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
Console, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
Well, that does clear up a little mystery of the fares, and all. We're paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making 20 for the cabin testified. And one little scapegoat riding for free. The red conch of the driver always goes for some grub before its last run, see? That's when I slip in the carriage and get myself into the seat. Nice and easy, eh? So about hiding yourself in the storage compartment. That's full of equipment of the coachman, no? Yeah, there's bushes and buckets and whatnot there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it into the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived on the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, all that stuff could hide under the seat. I move all that stuff so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. She did move it. That's right.
Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
But that was a right waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most of the nights I'm on my own in a guard permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon, did you say God permit?
Oh yeah. No, that's what my kind call it. When you say omnibus, I suppose. Point is, ain't no more run. The carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. On that night, this cove sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck.
Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin.
Yeah, right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect me to lift the cushion you've been sat on for a final child now, do you? Oh, so this Mr. Lestrada couldn't possibly be the culprit then. And he couldn't have done it either since, she was stuck inside. I tell ya, can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch dark in there. So you couldn't see out the cabin at all. Not a joke. Most days I just push the cushion up, weave my head and take a crack. I'll look at the crack. But then I have a butcher who's gonna. But then I have a butcher's at I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. See that I get under isn't as plush as the other one. Most of the time, the passengers find themselves in the opposite. But for some reason that night, this eared Irishman spent the whole journey over me head. For that reason, you weren't able to push this cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy on a small dark place. Feels too much like I've been thrown in the clink. That's the only place to idle with them carriages, so Hobson's choice. Why don't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? There's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. Well, anyway, I was a bit scared, so I had to stick out the under there. Nothing else for it. After a while, I heard this loud bang. It jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. When you say a loud bang, you mean the noise as low as someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, made me jump. So you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could have been equally been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Ball girl, did you see what happened in that crucial moment? Nope. Yeah, I saw it. I pushed the cushion in a quick butcher's wild and I had a chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting on the up the bloke who was falling on the floor in the opposite. That's what we said. Matches Mr. McGriddle's account. But then the fella turns around and looks right at me. I slipped backward again, and but it was too late then. I would never have risked looking. I should never have risked looking. He wasn't dead yet. Because this swell found me. He did help me up and get away, mind you. The fella suddenly turns around me. I slipped back down and I was like, because of that, this swell found me. So the victim looked at it? Oh, Mr. McGriddle discovered you. He pulled you out from under the hiding place. I was so scared stiff. I was. He dragged me out and sat me in my seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up lurched a bit and he ended up falling on me. Oh, how awful. Both my hands got covered in blood and that made me feel sick like a dog. Both her hands are covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked to Mr. McGriddle for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. He wanted to know my name and what I was up for that. Then I heard something above. Someone screamed. That's true. Yes, Mr. Faust was on the roof deck. One would presume. No, I didn't want to see no one see my face, so I didn't look up. Then there also was drama some smartish and neat Irishman said to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you get away with later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shiny moment, yes. Clear they are still very unsure. We must just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. If we could clinch the verdict we want. Yeah, I think you're right. I have this nagging feeling. Gina Lestrada. The young woman who witnessed the incident from her hiding place in an omnibus and had a night of murder. She was discovered by the defendant. Well, no one has a W name. Ah, we don't know Beeble's last name. But I'm pretty sure it's not the driver. It's his knife, isn't it? I mean, something's bothering me. It's quite if I put my finger on it. What about this murder weapon? That's part of the sheath, isn't it? You're right, Mr. Naruto. Sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Seem to like the words of a man with a large katana slung to his waist. It's not a blade, it's a Kazuma soul. There's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh, we never actually looked at the blade. That's true. That looks a lot like blood. Surely his blood is the victim's. Englishman blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. Think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only ever arrived here in Britain. A little hard to adjust. That's I do understand. You tip of the knife. But it also looks like a W. Yeah, so just the blood. That'll probably be the final piece of evidence. This right here is out of place also. Oh, she stole a button. She stole a button. She stole a button. A blind thing in that hiding place. I think it's this.
Objection!
There's clearly something odd about the last statement of the witness. There's clearly something odd about here indeed. Your behavior, counselor. Well, please, don't mind me. That would be significantly easier to just lower your hand. If you lowered your hand. I won't lower my hand until I can prove my client's innocent. As long as it's a quick cry. Quite quick. Yes, it wasn't that. We gotta lead to that. We haven't gotten there yet. Maybe there's a hole there we can see. Well, it's this little crack right there. There's 2 notches there. Why is this one droplet separate? That's blood, yeah, we've already seen it. I can't prove she didn't see anything. I can't see anything in my hiding place. It's pitch dark in there. Loud bang. Unless he's hiding. Unless he's hiding it for her. So I'll make sure there's nothing else up here. Where'd she get that gold coin though? I feel like I'm missing something important. Where's this big note here? Alright, so... I kind of want to say it's the fucking knife that she stole. Pitch dark. Because Swolfami. She screamed, but the people on top didn't hear. You helped me get away, mine. Stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses. So she spent the whole day in there. Wait a minute, that hat seems suspiciously like...
Hold it!
Alright, so... let's see if we find a reaction.
Hold it!
So we can just press her again.
Excuse me.
Miss Estrada. Something spring into your mind. And she's loading up her ammo. No, that seems not. Forget I asked. Miss Estrada. Mind when you heard that last statement.
Hold it!
Yeah, she's playing with that coin. What's the point of spending money to make money? Yeah, she's playing with that coin. Yeah, the bush bug on that. Check all this stuff out. Yeah, she has nothing to show for her troubles yet. Well, you saw clearly. She does. That's where we have to press her, when she says she made nothing from this fucking trip.
Hold it!
Job permit. Run. So you come out of your hiding space? Only that night?
Excuse me.
Oh, last statement. Oh. Not really happy with what's been said. Kinda asking it all. Here, have yourself a tip. Think I'm after a general. Do you think I was asking about his general well-being?
Hold it.
Only that night. Let's go silent. Let me see from the start. The expression change. Sure, I was as shocked as anyone.
Hold it.
You didn't expect to see anything in the hiding place. See, she's playing with that coin again. But for some reason,
Well, no.
ah, here we go. Feels like I've been thrown in the clink. There we go. There's something wrong, Mr. McGriddle. Oh, I do apologize. See, I think there was something the matter, Consul. Just wondering why if Miss Lestrada's last comment made you curse something, perhaps. Seem to be thinking of something yourself. Oh, no. There's nothing important. I was feeling a bit for the poor lass, is all. I remember feeling desperate myself a young lad. Shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear all that much louder, Roy. Yeah. Suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade. You hear something that night. Unusual, any noise, perhaps. Nope, just the old man farting, that's all. Nope, not really. Okay, it was the Irishman snoring. Be jabbos! Don't you need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Mrs. Strider heard something, they might have been giving us a new vital clue. Yes, what should I make of that last statement of theirs? It's significant. It's profoundly important. Insignificant. No, it's important. There we go. My lord. I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, huh? But all she said was she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. Almost sure of it. I'm almost sure I don't understand your inner workings in the Eastern mind, the Council. Nonetheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. I got something. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me a fancy talk. You just... I know what you're trying to do. It won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. There we go. It was straining me ears to work out what was going on. All I could hear was snoring. Snoring and farting. Farting and snoring. A snoring fart. A farting snoring. That's all I could hear. So you were straining to hear what was happening in the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the sin up and have a butcher's to see who was what's and what. Have a look? Why do you say butcher so look? But then I saw this swelling getting on and I had me head down, so I didn't notice. And Mr. McGriddle sat on the seat which you were hiding on, correct? Oh, you were Adam and Eve, huh? What a mug. Adam and Eve, huh? So then all I could do was listen. Waiting for him to jump out as soon as I heard him leave. But whatever, not likely. Wouldn't even have stopped here and there near the door opening. Never heard the door opening. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving to pigs to market. Snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? There is no noise, huh? Something doesn't add up. Yes, let's try. What have you just told the court? Clearly as odd with the facts. How? Eh? At odds? Are you sure, man? Are you sure? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zeeks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist you bolster your claim of evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. Expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Estrada, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGriddle snoring. But think, when you think. Something else that she should have heard. A person or... Alright. She should have heard something else. Well, Miller, allow me to elaborate. On the particular sound of Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear in the night in question. There's a clear span by the presence of this following person. The victim.
Take that!
Trice-fried Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound of Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear. Is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Dun, dun, dun. That point. Order! Order! Order in the head! Futurama. Spine raising and console. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person to board the omnibus. Is that correct? Aye. Yeah, of course it was. Got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. Mr. McGriddle? There was not a soul in the cabin when I climbed on board. At least not in plain sight. So you were two, in all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? Did I just not say as much? I was dealing with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get in. Remember to the cracking of the secret. He was on his own, I'm sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage was meant a number of stops on his own journey onward. During which, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. Exactly what I was listening for, eh? Was I? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin in the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Estrada's statement about what she did or did not hear are at odds with the facts. Yeah! Yes, the petty theft statement is clearly flawed.
Lord Van Zix.
Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrada's statement. He. It would seem my words of thanks are in order, my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unbelievable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. The shock posture. He's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And the girl was a pickpocket, and let's not forget that. What are you doing? The fuck are you doing, bitch? Ah! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars.
Neither can I.
Mr. Foreman? Don't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. I must say, cannot abide liars. That's 5. Are we gonna have to invoke it again? So roll, that's 5 members point to Gildly. Oh, it's his sword. Is there something in it? Well, your consideration for the others is refreshing. Nipponese friend. Use the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern Amanan. This is carnage. This is perfect. We're assuming he's a barber, but we don't fucking know what the fuck this guy is. Juror number 2 is the only one left. So, this is the way it's going. I know if we can't find something new to convince anyone else that the girl's innocent, the judge will rule and we have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respectable gentlemen. It's gonna get to it. We're gonna have to do it again. But those of us in service must know accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Hold it, bitch. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Conceal! Conceal! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean?
Counsel, you will not tolerate you attempting to prolong my adjudication. Explain yourself at once.
When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard open but a single time, as testified by the witness on the stand.
And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage.
If the petty thief's words are to be believed, When did we start this adventure? Or no, that's when we finished. That's part 3 still. How do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Ah, yes. He was put there after he died. There's another entrance. Is there a trap door? There's a little latch right there. But it's gonna carriage through this window. Lamp and close. A window. Quite large. Handle writing the description. Suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin at least. But we saw a handle on the top. There's a handle right there. Yeah, so they came in, there's another entrance. If the door wasn't open even once, the only explanation is the victim entered the cabin some other way. The close cabin. No. Wonder what the new fantasy you come up with in your blind panic. Behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, and the others are only windows. Fixed windows that cannot possibly be opened. In short, there's no other entrance to the cabin than the door. You're wrong. We just found it. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way to get inside is in the door. Another opening would allow the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify his location in the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance you suppose the victim entered?
Take that!
The fucking skylight. The answer is obvious. It can only have been from the skylight. I say, the skylight? Rabble, rabble, rabble.
Objection!
You ludicrous proposal has left me at a loss for words. However,
Objection!
shut up. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But you have shred evidence to support this art of brain theory. The bus is right there. Both Mr. McGriddle and Miss Lestrade said the same thing in their testimonies. They claim to have heard a loud thud as such as the noise of someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. The sound of the victim falling to his feet having been assailed with a dagger. Yes, it has, but if a man slipping to his feet onto the floor really did make such a loud noise as the witness described, Loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. Well, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be sure? Because the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, you say. Passengers on the roof would have seen it happen. And yet, only one person had mention of such events in their testimony. Not one person. Well, yes, that's true, but... Hold it. May the humble fella make a wee comment here. Mr. McGriddle. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, it's not so much a case of the not saying, but... Aye. It's a case of him being unable to say. What, Nani? Think perhaps the two fellas to be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree? Fine, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Whoa. Oh my goodness, great. Sure not. The two chaps on the roof? They weren't sitting in the back, they were sitting in the front, I told you. It means the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... Ah! Everyone's shocked. Hold it. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitterer? You rotter, you said, you rotter. What are you insinuating? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you trying to fart loudly? Like, flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Is that a black eye? Give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me as a city gentleman of the most respectable banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could be stabbing a man in the guts. It's disgrace, scandalous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. Yeah, about you, you rotten scoundrel. Order in the head. This is not the time, witnesses. Will not permit the wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But it's beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I make a comment... Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited the outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend here seemed fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accused? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck in the omnibus. Process cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passenger being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In other words, the word of British law was termed as a baseless accusation. I know I was rash to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but can't just dismiss it without second thought. What are you wasting time for? Go get him! Raw! Testify! I thought it was something fishy about that hat in the moment I laid eyes upon that fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or the other. If there's filth and rubbish in the midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! Testify! Rabble, 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 testify! What's happening, Mr. Moore? Spectators in the public they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay, Mr. Faust. Milord? You will take the stand again and make another formal statement. Reference the indictment brought upon by the defense. Yes, milord? I didn't come here for this. Mr. McGriddle. There's no time to think about this, Drew. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Baseless that got him very angry in his testimony, refuting the accusation. We're the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can sort of that. If anything happened when we were sitting there, we wouldn't be sitting. Don't you think one of the others would have noticed? How he angrily kept glaring at the kid. In any case, none of us would know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly open it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? There's a handle on it. I must say that I've been listening on this testimony. It's somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act with this open rooftop deck, without the other noticing forthwhile. Both or none. That's right, you see? Yeah, I'm waiting to tell you. Though logically, of course, the argument falls down if it's the two were in collusion with one another. Exactly. What? Nani? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! We don't trust croppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going to be in our favor, really. So I feel so uneasy. Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Freeing the accusation. You're the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can sort of that. Well, if no one heard the guy enter, where else could he have entered from?
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not, Dick. She is cute with that hat. Kind of tomboyish looking. No question about what he said. Not at all.
Excuse me!
Nope, sorry. That's my girl. Oh, where's the fella? Give me another tip. I fucked that up.
Hold it!
I fucked that up too early. Ah, like you said, nothing at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. What? I saw the victim inside a closed cabin, talking with the man right here. Look at that accusatory point. Is this true, Mr. McGriddle? Dear me, my lord. If you had to ask, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone. Not off his side. Almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Well, I thought you were engaged in... That's why are you just mentioning it now, then? Let me stop you, that fella, and ask. Do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ah. It's about the evidence of court. It's all about evidence these courts these days, yeah? You do well to remember that. Why do you keep putting your ass on me? I saw it. Saw it with my own eyes. This is going so well. It is a very big clusterfuck. Anything happened when we were sitting there, I don't think one of the other of us would have noticed. Unless you are both in it together, because this little kid is very fearful. Well, it's the final run of the omnibus, and it's past 10 o'clock in the evening. Certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Some kind of lark. Some kind of joke, he said. Is that what this is? He said what this is. Or perhaps one or the other you fell asleep briefly. Are you a fair drinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? What's that what he said? It's possible, I tell you. He's a little too excitable. I'll give you the keys to the vault if I could fall asleep in a bitter cold. She has that little smirk too. She does have that smirk. It's barely noticeable, but she does. And if you didn't manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut if you never open them again. And you'd never open them again. It's extreme. Extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because of this man who locked the door. True, you haven't unlocked it and let me in, and I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fellow. You see, I was away with the fairies, and I didn't hear you at all. It's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Through the glass now, huh? Now, this is a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't really in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things! I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. You! Don't take it personally, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then it's only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. It's a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. How do you know about the other guy? You should know about yourself. How do you know the kid doesn't have anything to do with the guy? So, you never met Mr. Trice-Fried Mason before? Oh, let me know. No, not once. Never. You never met one man before, you said. Never. What about you, you little fuck? And you, Mr. Frozen, have no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much use for brickmakers, to be perfectly honest. No, I imagine not. See how different things how many different ways I could put this. Then I also had the remotest connection to the gentleman in the aesthetic head. He has something there. That's right, it's about motive. We have none. No motive, huh? And well, that's not all, is it? So the third statement. This guy was shut down the entire time. I tell you, couldn't possibly open it. Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time. I'm gonna lose my block for you in a minute. I'm gonna lose this rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Look, take a look at yourself. Go on. You see? It was fast shut. Just like it was that night. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason would likely break through it. Still, no. What? Nani? Just look at the size of the thing. You understand. Ah, now you hold it a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we? I'm I was riding the omnibus the other occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it. Thought. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. Faust. Oh, I was just meaning to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. That has nothing to do with it. But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was horrible. Well, if you're on the inside... I was looking daggers at me, sir. I was as red as a rogue, I did. Well, I'm reading too much, I can share that. Thought. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is... Yeah, what is the point? This guy get me open. I'm trying. Oh, there's another thing here. She has something to say now. This skylight can't be open from when I tried inside the cabin. The skylight doesn't open, you say. So that proves it. I'm gonna kick the victim down to the cabin below. None of us could. I didn't mention anything about kicking anyone. Said the details on the nuggets are best. Some other load we should look for. So the victim fell through the skylight. Where's your proof? So the third and fourth statement have a extra. Proof. That's right. I demand to hear it. We come here to see what you say. I tell you, not for this. You couple of false sugars. Brand us as criminals. Call it's liars, that's what he meant. You accuse us of doing it. As it stands at the moment. There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? You are much in the same position as one another here. Huh? If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. That's true. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. Couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know about them, do they? But by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGriddle either. So it's hard to know who to believe here. I think we should try to remember that this is evidence alone here. We can determine the outcome of this trial. Evidence. No one could argue against decisive evidence. We need it first, including members of the jury. So you're saying that's what we need now. Find a conclusive piece of evidence. That's Mr. Naruhodo precisely. We'll press this. Most of the next. You know something. You don't know this man, Mr. McGriddle. Yes, Counselor. What can I do for you? What can I do for you? You for it. Did the win statement that gave you pause or something not use this time? That. Not the remote connection. Is that right now? I wonder. Paris music? Or French? Sounds more like Paris. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Flayplay. It's been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe this is a fast approaching, is not your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guinea from me, sir. And not an unconscious rate, sir. You tricked me, it's extortion. Well now, it's a touch of begrudgery, is it? Sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass off his crimes to another, huh? Ah! And young Mr. Faust. Young Mr. Faust. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? And there's a top hat sliding off your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Yeah, it keeps falling off his head, and that looks like the one from the victim. True. See that patch in the center, the stripe? Oh, I'm still just an apprentice, you see. I'm learning to perfect the will, the perfect fit for whatever a gent walks through the door. Perfect fit, is it? Oh, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. He's right. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like the distinctive touch. Customers? Such as a trice-fried mason? There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before, my lord. Huh? Oh, this you mean? Can't help but thinking that poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar, would you say? No, I can't help but think that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar. Would you say? Not the judge speaking. That's one of me hats. So it is. It would seem your brickmaker was a customer of yours. That sort of customer, I wager you could have had a wee quarrel over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no sir, absolutely not, sir. No sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It would be right to say that the two fellas here haven't had the remotest connection to the victim, you see? Rest me case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGriddle has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let me malediction hold up the proceedings. The hat hunter identified the milliner responsible for the victim's hat in episode 3. Yes, we did. We did that. He made the fucking hat. It's a gold trophy too. Jesus. He was the one who made it. And then this fourth one. This is the next one. Tell you we should go in order.
Hold it!
So like, you can't open it. You broke wind. It's shut now. In case you went, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself. Actually, let's start from the beginning. From there. I want to get that first line.
Hold it!
Size you understand. Bigger picture, okay. I was running omnibus on occasion when I'm I broke Wayne loudly. Shot myself. I expect a confession. I didn't budge, and the stench was terrible. He was looking daggers at me. Expecting me to sentence you? Point is, can't be open. Tried.
Wait, that ain't... Excuse me!
She has something to add. You have something to say about that, Miss Lestrada? That. Miss Lestrada. It opens. Huh? Huh? The skylight. That's what you're talking about, right? What are you doing? The skylight opens. That easy. All the skylights open. That easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke in, I... Did I catch him in the... No. I catch him. I caught him now. God, he's so hard to catch. Okay, he's so animated. Ah, whatever. Look, Brooklyn, you can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh? Look, a few weeks ago, I was on the roof deck in one of them drags. And a great haul. I had purses coming out of my ears.
Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to eulogize on the subject of your criminal activities.
Kinda yes it is. Well, anyways, I had a bit of a scare. I lifted the last bloke's purse, and got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me. I couldn't get off the top of the muddies. Legit. Leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight. I opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for the skylight is on the top side. That's why you can't open it from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff? Bailiff? Come on that roof deck and the omnibus funds to verify the witness's claims. There's the catch. Oh, it slides open. Ah! Oh, my hat. See? Rabble. Order! On the head! Futurama. I'll never let that die. So it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. Damn, in this case, it's 11 o'clock. I don't believe it. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens up. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Now we check ourselves. So the skylight was fastened shut before. Now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. Sure, the witness could have been able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. Now we have our evidence. So if you're sure it fell to the skylight, where's your proof?
Objection!
Let's just consider the implications of the statement for a moment, shall we? What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me. Exactly, nothing striking about it. What strikes me the propensity for an aim, however. So now what? Alright, so let's go inside then. So we open it. Got anything out of place? Uh-oh. 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 I bet it doesn't open very wide, does it? It's wide enough to kick someone like you through, though. Certainly, Mr. Naruto. Ah, someone like me. Ah! What is it? Look, just look here. Look at this. That's without a question. That's blood. Why would there be blood stain here? Surely. Can't be unrelated to the case now, can it? Omnibus. Scene of the crime. There's this blood stain visible from the frame. Now we can present it. Now we can present it. Where's my proof, bitch? Right here. We'll save again. This case is over. Where's my proof? I didn't have the right proof.
Objection!
Now I do. On the night in question, the victim fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight in the cabin below. These are the facts. And the irrefutable proof? It is clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in the very courtroom. What? Nani? That's utter humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here, in this courtroom? In this courtroom? Counsel. Yes, my lord. I believe everyone will be appreciated a little clarification here, huh? Where exactly within the omnibus's evidence do you allude? You'll point out what the proves the victim fell through the roof deck, through the skylight.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Ah! The bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? Nani? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilder Mr. McGriddle, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No!
Order! Order! Order on ahead!
Hold it!
Hold it.
But the blood could have been sprayed there when the fellow stabbed inside the cabin. The only way this would have happened in the peculiar spot, Skylight, huh? Sure, it would have been very convenient. Only found this just now. I'm speaking to the cat's butt. Let's keep in mind that the skylight catch is only unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would it? There's no way to know for sure it's there. If the jet really fell through the skylight, I mean. Nope, no biting. Stop. Thirsty? Go drink water. She was right there with her derpy tongue out. She was thirsty. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. Faust? First. This is all too plain, if you see. It's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height. Right there. So it is.
What? No, Nani.
But that can't be. It's all lies.
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we?
I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be finally found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, eh? Did they? I won't tolerate any of my gilded carriages be sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew a nice gentleman gave us a delightful park couldn't have done it. Such a thing. And yet says the guilty verdict in the back. The second time. Down 3, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
What?
I can't lose. I can't lose. I'm this guy.
Chilling performance, Mr. McGriddle. Oh? And what would you be referring to now there, Mr. Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. Huh? What? Why? Nani? And null and void why, bitch? Like, just the case is almost over and again it's not. For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. It's right there, you son of a bitch.
Objection!
What? What are you talking about? Like, that's all you need to see is... It's clearly blood.
Objection!
Personally attend Scotland Yard investigation of the omnibus. Officer involved ran over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety. No such blood smear existed on the carriage. In the carriage. At least not until this trial began. I think he's right. Fuck, I think he's right. Because I would have noticed that giant blood stain on the floor. I would have noticed that giant blood stain, but I did not. That is true. But
Are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeek, that the stain of blood was fabricated, my lord?
fabricated, my lord? Yes. Well, the court was in session. What? She did it. Hehehe. What a palaver. I'll say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow who knows all over the capital his fine contributions to the public life. I don't think too kindly of slander. I'll fight it with a bitter end. There's rolling right off the tongue of the Reaper of the baby. Mr. McGriddle, you know this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in this great many affairs of dubious nature. Really now? You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, and the case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt your facts. Really now? Adapt the facts? What does that mean? Fabricates evidence. It's fifth class. You wheel the fortune aside of Mr. McGriddles. However ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. Toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories. Tut, Lord Van Zieks. This will not do, Bleacher. Will it now, Counsel? But it's true, there was no blood when we first got there. When we first checked it out. Oh, nope. Again, I'm supposed to defend him. I think it's fair to say this does not matter how far-fetched excuses by a desperate man. The skylight didn't exist, they say. Well, we don't know about the skylight. We never opened the skylight. We couldn't. But if you're so willing to cast your mind back, it's not true that the omnibus has just been there in the courtroom the entire time. How could anyone possibly put a smear of blood in without the will in his wife he's seen? Smoke screen. Stand right now, Consul. It's true. Omnibus have been in full view of the court the entire time the court has been in session, except my learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. The blood on the floor is as you wish. Because I'm going to tamper with the evidence omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think. Normally it would be no. But that giant smoke screen is otherwise. And the tamperer is a little girl. He was right, though. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, there's also something more important at stake here. There is no evidence suggesting that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there's one possibility. Oh. Good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Rabble. You remember the fucking smokescreen? Yes, there is. Seems my learned anybody's friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? Sure, everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of a smoke grenade fired by the witness currently on the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Myrtle. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. He had two things to do. Hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant's in custody and clear the courtroom. Did he secure the omnibus, though? The court was filled with smoke, and everything was thrown into confusion. Those were made to leave the chamber. In that brief interval under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? Are you wise? I'm telling the truth, man. What are you trying to pull? You rotten, feckless grouger. Again, he hoped I would side with him twice. Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. It's a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this court was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Exactly. Inconsistencies such as the empty inside. To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear seat. There was 3/4 full. Police investigating omnibus, this compartment was full of driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. We don't know about that. We couldn't open it before. As I have said, this was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Neither was the blood on the floor. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zakes, no one is able to corroborate your claims. I am. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. But I saw it. I investigated. Accordingly, I'm afraid we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? I did. Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? The blood on the floor. The blood on the floor was not originally there. I have an inkling. My lord. Yes, Consul? There is one further inconsistency. Mark surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you saying now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you better start with watching your back.
Objection!
Death threat now, huh? Silence, McGriddle. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and the other. No idea what the truth is and what's the deception. What am I supposed to believe in here? Yourself? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Consul. How exactly alleged Marky claim was appear at some point during the trial? It's blood.
Got it!
If you consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you'd be certain to expect to find blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, that was not there. That blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when he was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you are correct, Consul. ... Well said. Although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. Again, we are here to find the truth. I believe the blood stain on the floor is a decisive proof of evidence. But if the question whether the evidence is genuine or whether it's unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility. The evidence is faked. I've been trying to end this trial like again in like an hour. It's like almost over. Don't. How is that? This trial. It's over. Mr. McGriddle? I've done everything possible I could cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. memory, recollection, what people think they saw. It's all nonsense. Facts are what counts. The fact is, that bloodstain's there. Now. Ah, well. Over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out has it been, good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. It's kinda true. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord of Van Zeeks. Well, my lord. Well, my lord. Thought. I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of the individual cannot stand as evidence. Nobody took a photographic print. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. The absence of any credible method to which to prove its alleged previous non-existence. I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Yeah, because all we have is a photo of the victim, not of the below. And one of the missing button. Your lordship, you can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe I explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed with my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things as a moment will seem, that Mr. McGriddle will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really right outcome here? Is it really right for the trial to continue and out with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... could be guilty. We're gonna say it. Could be guilty, but that's all we can say. We could be. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGriddle. However, at this moment in time, I cannot with all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove he is innocent. Good. Good gracious me. Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. Defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into questions. Are you sound mind? This was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? Nani? I must say, I didn't expect quite so much an exciting spectacle in the end here. But still. Here. That is for your troubles. Ah. Job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done. So ye have. What do you mean? It was right as the right honorable gentleman so succulently put it before. Trial cannot go on anymore. In your closing statement, there was, how do I put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine or was it fake? Lordship could have been would be fuming. Something rubbish would have been disposed of promptly, as I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. Mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us his lovely park. Do we have the button though? Now that proceedings have unfolded this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. ... I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain is Omnibus's genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth.
Or Van Zix.
My lord.
The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place.
My sincerest departure, my lord. But wait. When we evacuated everyone from the courtroom, Lord Van Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured.
Afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter.
That's so unfair.
The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established in this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment.
What?
Well, Lord Van Zeeks,
It's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fellow, I could have asked for a better defense. Do you mean the time has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue the matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGiddle.
good grief.
Good grief. You have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Yeah.
Hereby pronounce the defendant, Magnus McGirdle, not guilty.
Somber wind. And fireworks inside the freaking courtroom. Everyone's disappointed. Cannot believe it. Rabble. This is outrage. We should have had examined that evidence more. How about the man's been cleared? He's innocent. We never did, the button. With the courtroom in a pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly a victory for us. Oh, why are you getting anything? 18 February, 5:14 p.m. Old Bailey. Defendant antechamber. Hope. 5 o'clock. Certainly was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. First ever trial on foreign soil on your first victory. So, hope! Enough! Stop. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mrs. Otto. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't this wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We didn't even know that. Sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict of exonerates the defendant. Carry out the duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Yep. Mr. McGriddle. Yeah, and that girl's with him too. Well, it seems his stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks that have been left off in there. There's a verdict of not guilty. Sure, you must have seen him now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. It was a sight to behold, and to be sure, it was. Have you to thank, I suppose, for having the opportunity to see it. Wahaha. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure I really did anything. What do you need for you talking about, fella? I didn't walk out of there a free man then. I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me straight when I heard that once or twice. In the head. You had me straight in the head there once or twice. But your youth and your head's wrong. This water under a bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGriddle. Having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. You all seem to be... You all seem that I didn't do that... odious and obstinate deed. It's grand, is it not? I suppose it is. The fine fellow at Scotland Yard can take matters into hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of the wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, that's what you agreed to have for? 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly say that much. Ah, but whist, your humble people are. For you are from the east? I'll take it anyways. Well, if you insist. I have this. That's all I have. Still no. Reserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGriddle. Magnus McGriddle. Everything's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? Sooner than I'd like to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. But we have some changes to the schedule. Schedule? I must be making tracks. It's time for an inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to be examining the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally. I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of the London Society, I do be in the best interest of help I can. It's a gentleman's duty, is what it is. So then, fairly well. It is an absolute pleasure meeting you. Hope you have a whale of a time while studying here in the Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move. It's a smoke weapon. What the fuck are you gonna do? Whereas I wanted to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Estrada, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown man. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Who the fuck are you? Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is that her pimp? To some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. Just looking forward to the trial. Part of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Yeah. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Oh no, she won't. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. Well, I'm the inventor, I suppose, of all that machine. Oh, nice. The inventor. I don't know how many smoke grenades are so dull. Don't you agree? White, and more white. And shrouded in smoke, at least it could be pretty colorful, I thought myself. You have to be shrouded in smoke, though. At all. I just took my eyes off for a moment whilst I was changing in the different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted that with a telegraphic beacon. A telegraphic beacon? What's it what? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. She put a homing beacon on it? Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? Apologize, of course, silly. I'm to my technician. What? You mean to say sorry? I must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely it's an adult has told you that before. An adult? Ugh. I don't listen to adults. Come along then. Follow me. Fine. Have it your way. Oh good, see. I knew you would want to do the right thing in the end. Pretty sure that's not what she... I'm pretty sure that's what she wants, is not get shot by your massive gun of yours. We'll be leaving now. Bye-bye. So sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, you think perhaps we ought to be on our way too? Yes, you're right. But, where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner than we arrived in London, we had to rush here. I'll travel in case we are with the bailiff. So you plan to spend today in search of lodgings? At this late hour of day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. Worst comes to worst, I heard there's a lovely park we could spend the night in. Please tell me you're not thinking of Gilded Park. It might be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. Well, you can share body heat to keep warm. I'm not so sure about that. I think midwinter in London might be freezing to a young person, so solid as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound so agreeable. Share body heat. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGriddle down. One doesn't get needs to have paid for a lovely warm room or mansion. Hope. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there was more trying times ahead. As the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. But the case is over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick!
Oh, you motherfucker, you burned it.
How did this happen? I don't know.
They let the old guy in here.
When I got here, it was already engulfed. No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
It's Mr. McGriddle, isn't it? Oh, my hair.
This can't be.
Hey, he has a squall cut, too. It's Mr. McGriddle, isn't it? Well, this is definitely an ending. The Reaper of the Realm. Realm of the Reaper. 20% of trophies. Half the players, 46%. The Venture of the Clouded Corcoro. Alright, that's it for tonight. Thank you all for coming in, hanging out, lurking. Hope you have a good night. Tomorrow, we'll see if we can finally finish the last area to loot, as well as the last trial. But we may not get enough, depending on how much time we have. Don't forget to check out my socials so you can stay up to date on stream changes and read the random stuff I post. Let's see who's on tonight. Antelo's doing his boyfriend dungeon, and no one else is on.